The Senate will come to order. Our chaplain, the Reverend Dr. Barry Black, will open the Senate in prayer.
Let us pray. O God of light and truth, in these tumultuous times, enable our senators to hear your still small voice. May this awareness of your presence renew their spirit and lift their vision of what this nation can become by your grace. May they be people dedicated to moral values and determined to live by the highest ethical standards possible. Lord, keep them from success that is purchased by deviating from the path of wholehearted obedience. Enable them to experience the constancy of your presence so that they will choose the harder right and leave a legacy that honors you. We pray in your mighty name. Amen.
Please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The clerk will read a communication to the Senate.
Washington, D.C., December 10th, 2024. To the Senate, under the provisions of Rule 1, Paragraph 3 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, I hereby appoint the Honorable Raphael G. Warnock, a senator from the state of Georgia, to perform duties of the chair. Signed, Patty Murray, President pro tempore.
Under the previous order, the leadership time is reserved. Morning business is closed. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, National Labor Relations Board, Lauren McGarity McFerrin of the District of Columbia to be a member of the National Labor Relations Board.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
to you, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, when we passed the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act 2 years ago, we promised to bring semiconductor manufacturing back to our shores, to strengthen our national security, shore up our domestic supply chains. Today, that promise is coming to fruition in upstate New York. Micron just finalized this morning, early this morning, a $6.1 billion, that's billion, $6.1 billion award that was made possible by the bipartisan Chips and Science Law to bring advanced memory chip manufacturing to upstate New York and to America. Most importantly, Micron's chip award is now locked in. It's signed, sealed, and ready to deliver for Central New York, all of upstate New York, and for America. Micron's CHIPS Award is more than just a once-in-a-generation investment in upstate New York. It's an investment that will span multiple generations, create over 50,000 jobs, and spur historic amounts of private investment in the region. And the chips Micron will make are essential for America's future. They're critical for our national security, for AI, our smartphones, our cars, our computers, and so much else. And the benefits go beyond New York. This award is also fueling expansion of Micron in Idaho. And today, the Commerce Department has struck yet another deal with Micron to expand their Virginia facility. So Micron is investing and expanding in states big and small from coast to coast. This is just the latest in a flurry of good news, showing that chip production is expanding in America, from New Hampshire and New York to Arizona, New Mexico to Ohio. That's what Chips and Science is all about, making sure that America harnesses all our potential to stay #1 in chip manufacturing. And when I conceived the Chips and Science bill, I had upstate New York in mind. We knew that manufacturing had left New York, and we wanted it to return. And that is now coming to fruition, from one end of the state to the other. And the I-90 corridor from Buffalo to Albany will be known as the Semiconductor Superhighway, where close to a quarter of all chips made in America will be made. It's great news, not only for this generation, but for future generations whose kids and grandkids will want to live in upstate New York. On Senate business, we'll continue the work of confirming more nominations this week. Last night, I filed cloture on the nominations of Lauren McFerrin and Joshua Diedelberg to sit on the NLRB, the National Labor Relations Board. Ms. McFerrin is a current board member of the NLRB, but her term will soon expire unless she's reconfirmed for another 5 years. The Senate will take the first votes to advance these NLRB nominees on Wednesday. If you truly care about working families, then you should be in favor of advancing the NLRB nominees. The NLRB is essential to protecting workers' rights, so employees can speak up for better pay, stronger protections, and the right to organize without retaliation. If we're worried about income inequality and too much of a gap between working people and those who are very, very wealthy, the NLRB is a great, great way to deal with that problem because, again, it strengthens the worker's hand. So anyone who says they stand with working Americans should care immensely about getting these NLRB nominees done. On Senator Rubio. On the topic of nominees, today I will later sit down with the President-elect's nominee for Secretary of State, our longtime colleague, Senator Marco Rubio. I've known Senator Rubio for many years and have worked with him on numerous issues, so I expect we will have a good and productive conversation. I look forward to giving him the same fair chance to make his case that all nominees, regardless of party, deserve. On disaster aid. In 2024, Mr. President, at least 24 major disasters have battered communities across the United States, killing over 400 Americans, costing over $60 billion in damages. The true cost is certainly higher. These disasters and disasters of recent years have left the federal government's emergency resources all but depleted. So for the last month, I've worked with my colleagues to try and get a comprehensive disaster aid package done before the end of the year. I believe we must try as much as possible to get it done. And we on the Democratic side have been persistent in getting as many dollars as possible to help both blue and red states affected by the disaster. I remain hopeful and determined that we can reach a deal with our Republican counterparts. But the only way we're going to get a disaster package done is with a serious show of bipartisan cooperation. That's how the CRs work. Disaster aid is not a Democratic or Republican issue whatsoever. Mother Nature comes for us all, as we've seen in every part of the country, time and time again. On artificial intelligence, for more than a year, I've worked relentlessly with senators on both sides of the aisle to find a way forward on a strong bipartisan AI legislation. I created a bipartisan working group with Senators Heinrich, Rounds, and Young. With the help of our committee chairs and ranking members, we organized a never-before-seen bipartisan AI Insight Forum, many forums, 9 of them, to bring top experts from across the country. Democrats and Republicans also worked together on writing bills, and through hard work, we came to significant compromises that will have led to meaningful legislation and kept America #1 on AI, both in keeping innovation our North Star, but making sure there were safeguards so that the worst could not happen. In fact, Speaker Johnson and I agreed that all our committees should keep working together to figure out a way to get AI legislation done before the end of the year. We were feeling quite good about that until, unfortunately, the November elections occurred, and following those elections, Senate Republicans chose to walk away from the bipartisan negotiations, abandoning over a year of good faith hard work. This is deeply unfortunate, because if we want America to remain the technological leader of the 21st century, we can't turn a blind eye to the changes AI will bring, nor can we let AI become a partisan issue. That's why I will never walk away from AI talks. I remain committed to working with both sides to make AI a top priority here in the Senate. As I said, Speaker Johnson and I have had productive talks on AI for months, and I'm glad to say we're still having those talks, with the hope of finding opportunities for action in the future. It's not going to be easy. It isn't. It's a difficult issue. But we have some opportunities to move the ball forward on AI next year. I know that many of my Republican colleagues here in this chamber are just as committed as I am to finish the job. There are 2 senators I'd like to thank in particular on the Republican side, Senators Young and Rounds, who have been excellent bipartisan partners with Senator Heinrich and myself for over a year. I thank them for their hard work. I thank their staffs for their hard work and tell them we must keep going. We can't let a handful few on this Senate Republican side stop us from moving forward on AI. Again, no matter how difficult it may be, my commitment to members in both chambers remains steadfast. I will work with anyone, regardless of party, to get meaningful, sustainable, and transformational AI done. Transformational because of what AI could do to cure heart disease, to educate young people around the globe, to deal with our climate crisis. And sustainable so that we have guardrails that prevent AI if some bad force, whether it's a country or a raw group, get hold of it. We prevent them from doing bad things and keep AI sustainable. We must get both done. Our outline and our work are a good step in that direction. We must continue to move forward. And finally, saying goodbye to Senator Ben Cardin. Today, one of the most beloved members of our caucus in this chamber and a very near and dear friend of mine will deliver his farewell address on the floor. and that's senior senator from Maryland, Senator Cardin. Everyone knows Ben. He's humble and modest, and they expect his speech will reflect that. But make no mistake about it, Ben's legacy is giant, and he's left an indelible mark on this institution, on his home state of Maryland, and on America. Now, it's no surprise that Ben and I became so close, and frankly, our wives, Iris and Myrna, have become very close friends because we're cut from the same cloth. We both began our careers in the state assembly before coming to Congress. Ben, I believe, he was elected when he was 23 years old, as I was, to the assembly. And we both have strong Jewish values. We're both known for showing up to any event, big or small. We both married up. And another thing, we took great inspiration from our fathers. When Ben was just 23 years old and a newly elected member of the Maryland House of Delegates, his father told him something that Ben still draws upon to this day. Quote, he had something people worked for a lifetime for, the opportunity to make a difference. Ben has made an immense difference in Maryland. Whether you're enjoying the beautiful views of the Chesapeake Bay, which Ben has fought so ardently to restore, protect, and conserve, or riding the many roads and bridges and trails and rails across Maryland that Ben helped secure billions in federal funding for, or talking to the millions of Marylanders who today have access to better health and dental care and the promise of a secure retirement because of Ben's efforts, Ben has been a difference maker. As chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, he's made a huge difference on human rights and foreign policy. When I asked Ben last year to serve as chair, I knew he'd be up to the task, and he sure was, despite the many challenges facing America at home and abroad. Ben is one of the reasons that America has the power today to hold accountable the gross violators of human rights, even when their home countries fail to act. He worked closely with Senator John McCain on this, and the Magnitsky Act, and so many ramifications of what was done to Magnitsky inspired Ben, and he moved forward on legislation in that regard. As chair of small business, he made a difference for Main Street businesses, especially in the pandemic. I worked closely with Ben to make sure our small businesses would get the money that they needed. Because of his leadership, the small business economy, and we worked together to get nonprofits. When I said our churches and our synagogues and our mosques and our theaters and our museums needed help as well, Ben joined me, and they were saved. And he made a difference on many other issues, leading legislation to affirm the ratification of the ERA, the Equal Rights Amendment, serving as co-chair of the Helsinki Commission, and more. The reason Ben was able to accomplish so much, he took the road less traveled here in Congress oftentimes. He put substance over flash. He dug deeply into issues, got to their roots, and then worked across the aisle. He was all about details. What was the problem? Who was it affecting? Who can I find common ground with? Questions he asked. That's been him from his first day in office, and it will be until his last. Smart, decent, humble, loyal, hardworking. A great man, a great senator, a great friend. And we will miss him deeply, but Iris and I continue. Every year, Myrna and Ben would come up to New York, and we'd go see Shakespeare in the park. We did it, I think, for the last 10 years or so. Ben and Myrna, that condition will continue, as will our friendship, but we will miss you. I yield the floor. Of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Republican leader.
I ask consent that further proceedings on the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
On January 20th, 2021, President Biden broke with longstanding precedent and fired the General Counsel of the National Labor Relations Board. I guess if you campaign on establishing the most pro-union administration in American history, then replacing duly appointed officials with big labor acolytes is certainly a day one priority. The NLRB member who's held primary responsibility for executing on the Biden big labor agenda is its chief, Lauren McFerrin, and she's up for confirmation to another term. If the board's public actions over the last 4 years aren't telling enough, I'd urge our colleagues to consider the gross mismanagement of Ms. McFerrin's watch that took an independent Inspector General report to uncover serious violations of electoral procedures and cover-up attempts to boot. This is to say nothing of the fact that our confirmation would give a lame duck president control of an independent board well into his successor's term. In this case, there are any number of reasons not to reward bad behavior. And whichever our colleagues choose, I hope they'll join me in opposing the McFerrin nomination tomorrow. On another matter regarding the federal judiciary, its membership, its independence, and its ethics, I've often found myself increasingly stark odds with many of my Democratic colleagues. It's unfortunate, but I don't intend to stop policing the separation of powers any sooner than the left stops trying to undermine it. But over the last year, one corner of the judiciary's operation where the Senate rightly holds sway has become the site of rare bipartisan agreement, and that is federal courts' capacity to hear and decide cases in a timely manner. Across the country, federal district courts' case backlogs are preventing them from rendering swift justice. This past spring, the judiciary's own data recorded a 1-inch uptick in civil filings before district courts of 22%. The solution to this clear challenge, more district judgeships, has earned wide support. In April, the Senior Senator from Indiana introduced legislation that would steadily apportion larger benches to districts across the country over the next decade. In August, the Judges Act passed the Senate by unanimous consent, proving that the right to a speedy trial still enjoys overwhelming popularity. I was particularly encouraged by the vocal endorsement of my friend, the Democratic leader, who recognized the measure as, quote, very responsible, bipartisan, and prudent bill that would lead to a better functioning judiciary. Soon we expect the House to take up and pass the Judges Act with similar overwhelming support. And normally we could rest assured that such popular action would be signed into law without further ado. But maybe not this time. Last week, the White House seemed to suggest, through anonymous comment, that President Biden has concerns with the bill. I, for one, would be curious to hear the president's rationale. It's hard to imagine a justification for blocking the Judges Act that doesn't smack of naked partisanship. It's almost inconceivable that a lame duck president would consider vetoing such an obviously prudential step for any reason other than selfish spite. Litigants across America deserve their day in court. They deserve to know the federal judiciary has the bandwidth to carefully and thoroughly consider their cases. The President, the former chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, is well equipped to appreciate this fact, and I hope he acts accordingly.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
The Republican whip.
Mr. President, is the Senate in quorum call?
We are.
I would ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, 10 million. Between official U.S. Customs and Border Protection encounters and known gotaways, there have been roughly 10 million migrant encounters at our southern border during the Biden-Harris administration. Now, to put that number in perspective, that's roughly 10 times the population of my home state of South Dakota. 10 million is larger, I should say, than the population of Colorado. It's larger than the population of Tennessee. It's larger than the population of Maryland, of Massachusetts, of Indiana. And I could keep going. 10 million is larger than the population of the vast majority of U.S. states. Mr. President, needless to say, a crisis of this size has had consequences. Shelters have been overwhelmed. Border cities have been overwhelmed. Blue cities, far from the border, have been overwhelmed. Border Patrol agents are exhausted, as their chief noted in an interview last week. And I haven't even mentioned the national security implications. There is no question that the chaos at our southern border represents a serious security risk for our country. And you don't have to take my word for it. The Department of Homeland Security's 2025 threat assessment notes, and I quote, "Over the next year, we expect some individuals with terrorism ties and some criminal actors will continue their efforts to exploit migration flows and the complex border security environment to enter the United States," end quote. That, Mr. President, is from the Biden Department of Homeland Security's 2025 threat assessment. The June arrest of 8 Tajikistan nationals with suspected ties to ISIS who had illegally entered the country, as well as the identification of more than 400 migrants who used an ISIS-affiliated smuggling network to enter the United States, are just two examples of the kind of threats that we face. And then there's the fact that chaos at the border creates opportunities for cross-border illegal activity, like the deadly trade in fentanyl, which affects communities around our country. My state of South Dakota is about as far away from the southern border as you can get, but law enforcement officials consistently tell me that the illegal drugs that they're dealing with have entered the country across our southern border. Mr. President, 4 years of record-breaking illegal immigration at our southern border under the Biden-Harris administration. 10 million encounters. And those are the migrants that we know of. It has been a dangerous 4 years. But the end is in sight. When President Trump and Republicans take control in January, stemming the flood of illegal immigration will be one of our first priorities. Under Republicans, national security here at home, at our borders and in our communities, will be just as important as taking care of our national security priorities abroad. And we're going to start right away with a once-in-a-generation investment in border security and in immigration enforcement here in Congress. Among other things, that package will include substantial resources to increase the number of immigration and customs enforcement officers and Border Patrol agents, increase detention space, and provide the barriers and technology we need to fully secure the border. There's a lot of work to do and a big mess to clean up. A recent article reported that there are around 1.4 million individuals who have been ordered to be deported but are still here in the United States. And most of them are not in immigration custody. And that's just one small corner of the problem. As I said, we have a lot of work to do. But Republicans are committed, for the sake of our national security and for the sake of our rule of law. 4 years of record-breaking illegal immigration, Mr. President, but the end is in sight. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President.
The Senator from Texas.
Mr. President, are we in a quorum call?
Yes, we are.
I'd ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, Joseph Stalin was rumored to have once said, "We will hang the capitalists with the rope they sell us." Unfortunately, the United States has been selling the Chinese Communist Party a lot of rope in recent years. At this very moment, American entities are fueling China's aggression by funneling huge amounts of capital into capabilities that could eventually be used against the United States and our allies. From advanced semiconductors to quantum computing to artificial intelligence, it's high time that the United States become serious about limiting the flow of U.S. dollars into the arsenal of our biggest strategic adversary. By some estimates, U.S. investments in Chinese companies totaled more than $2.3 trillion in market value in 2020. That's American investments in Chinese companies, $2.3 trillion in market value at the end of 2020. That includes $21 billion in semiconductors, $54 billion in military companies, and a whopping $221 billion in artificial intelligence. According to a report from the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, the United States is the most important foreign source of investment to semiconductors, quantum computing, and AI in China. Because of China's strategy of military-civil fusion, these investments are not simply benefiting China's economy, they're directly bolstering China's military. China is the greatest national security threat of our time. I think we all understand that. And it's incomprehensible to me that American investors are continuing to bankroll its rise, and we are essentially blind to what that scale and what the focus of those investments really are. The Chinese Communist Party has become increasingly aggressive in its efforts to gain power and influence, and embracing illicit tactics like intellectual property theft, forced technology transfer, and predatory lending. According to findings of the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party, China subsidizes the sale of fentanyl and illicit narcotics abroad and has fueled addiction and death in the United States. The Drug Enforcement Administration reports that fentanyl is the leading cause of death among Americans between the age of 18 and 45. We know where the precursors are coming from. We know where they go, to Mexico, and then they are combined and then produced to look like normal pharmaceutical drugs, much to the chagrin and misery and death of so many of our young people. And then 2 years ago, the United States intercepted a surveillance balloon from China that traveled across our country. Meanwhile, the Chinese Communist Party continues to assert excessive and illegal maritime boundary claims in the South China Sea, at times using force against our treaty ally, the Philippines, when they've attempted to resupply their ship near the Second Thomas Shoal. President Xi has ordered the Chinese military to be ready and capable of taking Taiwan by force in 2027, just 2 years from now. So it should go without saying that the United States should exercise caution before continuing to sell the Chinese Communist Party rope in the form of sensitive technology like advanced semiconductors and artificial intelligence. I've been working with my colleagues here to address legislation that would provide some transparency for this outbound investment from the United States to the PRC. Last year, the Senate made good progress on this issue by including a provision to address outbound investment transparency in the Senate-passed National Defense Authorization Act. The Senate voted 91-6 to include my amendment in the NDAA last year, showing an overwhelming bipartisan consensus on the need to address this issue. We all know how hard it is to find consensus around here. A 60-vote threshold can be hard to come by on many important issues, but upwards of 90 votes should send a clear message that this issue is one that we deem of utmost importance on a bipartisan basis. We all are acutely aware of our competition with China and our need to counter some of China's aggression, including prohibitions on certain outbound investments are a critical step to that end. I must say we've had some great partners in the House. I want to thank in particular John Molinar, chair of the Senate's Select Committee on Chinese Communist Party in the House, Congressman Michael McCaul, chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, and the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, who have all contributed to our efforts to advance this issue. But this isn't where the story ends. The Senate has, or had, another opportunity to include these provisions in the Defense Authorization Act this year. But House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries chose to block these provisions. One person is standing in the way. It is simply unconscionable that anyone who claims to care about the China threat would be opposed to outbound investment transparency. And it's unacceptable to play political games with such an essential national security provision. I understand over the last day, Leader Jeffries has listened to the voice of reason and come back to the negotiating table. And I'm hopeful that these conversations will continue to be productive and yield a positive outcome. The national security of our country depends on it. And we must not squander this opportunity to confront the Chinese Communist Party while time is running out. We all know that we are living in the most dangerous time since World War II. Our adversaries are not shy about the fact they are working together. Earlier this year, China and Russia pledged to deepen their trust and cooperation while they've continued to conduct joint military exercises. North Korea has sent 10,000 troops to Russia, and some intelligence estimates suggest they may be willing to provide up to 100,000 soldiers in the coming months from North Korea to Russia to fight in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Iran and its proxies have been attacking U.S. shipments in the Red Sea and have launched a terrorist attack against our greatest strategic ally in the Middle East, which is Israel. It's no secret, it's well known that China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea are working in concert to undermine American interests and to threaten the stability of the global world order. So we should not add our name to the list by helping them with the gift of unrestrained, non-transparent American investment. I would urge all of our colleagues to not let politics stand in the way of our national security. We cannot stand by and continue selling the communists in China the rope they will use to hang the United States of America. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 10 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call vote.
Without objection.
Mr. President, we are come to the end now of 2024, to the end of another legislative session, indeed to the end of another Congress. And before this Congress congratulates itself on finishing its legislative work next week, I must come again here to this floor and remind Americans who have been poisoned by nuclear radiation by their own government. I'm talking about the people of St. Louis, Missouri, an original uranium processing site dating back to the Manhattan Project 50, 60 years ago now. The people of St. Louis did their duty proudly, patriotically, but the government didn't do right by them. What did the government do when the Manhattan Project was shut down? The government took that nuclear waste, that radioactive material, and dumped it into a public landfill. They allowed it to seep into our groundwater. They allowed it to be distributed across the region so that now in the greater St. Louis area and the greater St. Charles area, thousands upon thousands of Missourians have been exposed to nuclear waste and radiation for decades. And even as I stand here today, the radiation continues. The groundwater is still in doubt. Coldwater Creek is still contaminated. Just a few weeks ago, the Army Corps of Engineers discovered additional nuclear radioactive material under residents' homes in suburban St. Louis. Weldon Spring is still not fully remediated. And no one, I emphasize no one in the state of Missouri has received a dime in compensation from the federal government for the decades of radioactive exposure that this government forced upon them. And the people of Missouri are not alone. The same story is repeated over and over in places like New Mexico and Arizona and in Idaho and in Colorado and in Wyoming and Montana, and I could go on. Hundreds of thousands of Americans exposed through no fault of their own, many of them veterans, I might add. Many of them miners who went to work in uranium mines to provide the critical material that allowed us to support our nuclear program, that allowed us to win both the Second World War and the Cold War. And what has the United States government done for these good Americans? Veterans, laymen, one and all. What has the government done for them? Nothing. It has exposed them to nuclear radiation and done nothing, Mr. President. That is why this body finally acted this year, passing with a huge bipartisan majority legislation that would finally compensate and honor those Americans who served their country, who gave their health and in many cases, yes, gave their lives for this country's national security as part of our nuclear program. But Mr. President, while this body has acted, the House has not. And here we are now at the end of this calendar year, at the end of this legislative session. And because the House has waited, and because the House has stalled, and because the House has failed to act, the radiation exposure compensation program has now fully expired, so that no American, no veteran, no one across the country who has been exposed by the government to this radioactive waste, not a single person has been compensated for the cancers that they have contracted, compensated for the loved ones that they have lost to radioactive related diseases. Nobody, it's completely dark, no one is getting anything. And now we are told, Mr. President, that at this 11th hour after this body has passed legislation not once but twice to fairly compensate these good Americans, after this body has acted to ensure that these good Americans get the justice that they deserve, now at this 11th hour, after the House has allowed the program to expire, we are told that now House leadership is considering a backroom deal to be shoved into an end-of-the-year package next week that would select just a few counties in one state, the state of Utah, just a few counties to compensate and exclude everybody else. I cannot emphasize to you enough, Mr. President, what an offense this would be. For months now, victims have met with House leadership and negotiated with them a path forward. I have negotiated with House leadership. Many here have engaged in this effort to find a way to get the House to act and compensate these good Americans who have been poisoned. And now, at this last minute, for House leadership to be preparing as reports indicate they are, to shove down the throats of these victims across the country a backroom deal that excludes almost all of them, is not only unacceptable, Mr. President, it is absolutely offensive. It is unjust. It is wrong. You know, President Reagan used to say that sometimes there really are simple answers, just not easy ones. Let's be direct about this. What House leadership is considering here, there's a simple way to describe it. It's wrong. It's just flat out wrong. There's no more nuance needed than that. And who will suffer if House leadership puts a backroom deal rigged for only a few insiders, excluding most of the country? Who will suffer? I'll tell you who will suffer. It will be people like the young children of Jana Elementary in my home state of Missouri, an elementary school that had to close over a year ago because of continuing radioactive contamination right there in the St. Louis area. This elementary school is right near the creek that is still contaminated. The entire school had to shut down. Who knows how many children have been exposed, by the way, before that happened. The entire school closed. It's still closed. It will remain closed. And every child will remain uncompensated and exposed until the House chooses to act. Think about Leslie Begay, member of the Navajo Nation. No one contributed more to the defense of this country than the proud members of the Navajo Nation in the Second World War, in the Cold War, still today. Their rates of volunteer service for our military are higher than any other community in the entire country, and nobody suffered more from the fallout of the nuclear program than the Navajo Nation, including Leslie, who's had a double lung transplant. If the House fails to act, if the House forces a backroom deal through this body, Leslie and thousands of others like him will be uncompensated, will be unhonored, will be unrecognized. It is wrong, Mr. President. Consider Claire, a young girl from Missouri, diagnosed with a radiation-related illness when she was born, going through chemotherapy when she was just a child, age 2. Consider Bernice Gutierrez from the great state of New Mexico. Every member of Bernice's family for 3 generations now has had cancer and multiple radiation-related illnesses because they were downwind of the original Oppenheimer tests that carried that radioactive nuclear cloud over so much of our country. Consider Zach Vizentine from the state of Missouri, born with cancer, died at the age of 2. He never had a chance, Mr. President. Why? Well, because his mother grew up along Coldwater Creek in the St. Louis region of Missouri that is still, to this day, contaminated. None of these people, none of them, have been helped by their government with the expenses, with the losses, with the pain that the government forced on them. Not a one of them. Mr. President, it is time to act, and I want to be crystal clear about this. If the House persists, if House leadership persists and attempts to force into a CR package a partial, backroom, special interest deal that excludes these good people, I will object. And if they come to this body asking for a time agreement at the end of the session to pass that package, I will object. I want to be clear about this. There is no way forward for a partial backroom deal. No way. I will stand in the way on behalf of every one of these Americans as long as it takes until justice is done. This is the time, Mr. President. This body has acted, and I call on the House to act. What we should do instead of their backroom deal is pass what this body has already passed. Generous compensation, fair, just compensation with a spending limit that will fairly honor, recognize, and help these good Americans who deserve it. This isn't a handout, Mr. President. This is justice. This is recognition of what these good Americans have done and what they have suffered. You know, we are near upon Christmas now, and it's sort of old-fashioned, but it used to be around Christmas time. Sometime we talk about the Christmas feeling or the Christian feeling. Well, I just observe this. What does that Christian feeling consist in, if not in the words of Micah, doing justice, loving kindness, and walking humbly with our God. This is a chance, I might just say, to do just that, to do justice, to show kindness, to fulfill our duty to our fellow Americans. You know, the scripture admonishes us to be not just hearers, but doers as well. As this year comes to a close, let's be doers of justice. Let's be demonstrators of kindness. Let's do what's right by our fellow Americans. Let's honor our countrymen for what they have done. Let's right this wrong, finally, this 50-year wrong. Let's right it. Let's end the year and end the Congress with this historic righting of a wrong. And then we can say to our constituents and to our fellow Americans, Merry Christmas. Then we can say we have truly done our jobs here. Until that time, Mr. President, I will be here, I will be standing, and I will be advocating on their behalf. I yield the floor.
Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kelly Marie Neary of Pennsylvania to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Pennsylvania.
Question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be a sufficient. Clerk, call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Booker, Cortez Masto, Fetterman, Hickenlooper, Kim, Manchin, Murphy, Reed, Schiff, Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Cornyn, Cotton, Crapo, Hawley, Kennedy, Thune, Tuberville. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Daines, Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Romney, Mr. Schatz, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Ricketts, no. Mrs. Britt, no. Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye.
Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Schmidt, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Lummis, Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, aye. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Mr. Marshall. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Rubio. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Ms. Ernst, no. So you have to go. Ms. Hirono, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Budd, no. And you. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mrs. Blackburn? No. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Schumer, aye. Mr. McConnell? No.
On this vote, the yeas are 49, the nays are 48. This nomination is confirmed. Now, under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President,
Senator from Minnesota.
on behalf of the Majority Leader, at 3:45 p.m. today, I ask the Chair to execute the order of November 20th with respect to the Dixon nomination.
Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate now stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Senate will come to order. Senator from Maryland.
Mr. President, I come to the floor today to say goodbye, as difficult as this may be. Marylanders have trusted me to represent them for 20 years in the Maryland General Assembly, 8 years as Speaker of the House, 20 years in the House of Representatives, and 18 years in the United States Senate, including now chairing the Senate Foreign Relations Committee. Let me start by thanking Marylanders for giving me your trust to represent you in this august body. You have supported me in 18 elections. The Hebrew letter for 18 is chai, which also means life. 58 years of my life. My grandparents came to this country over 100 years ago to escape the pogroms of Europe, and they settled in Baltimore and built a life for their family. Their grandson now serves in the United States Senate. This is a great country. Marylanders have allowed me to pursue my ambition of public service to help others whose voices and needs are often ignored in the halls of power. In my family, I was taught from a young age that it's our responsibility to make the world a better place, tikkun olam, repair the world, and help those who are less fortunate and are in need, tzedakah, charity. These principles were demonstrated to me by the communal activities of my parents. These principles, these values, have been my North Star that have guided my public service as a legislator. Of course, the work of a legislator is not always easy. It requires perseverance, patience, a sense of humor, and optimism that can make the world a better place, even in the face of often horrible, seemingly insurmountable challenges. But as I look back at my time here, it's the hardest battles that were some of the most rewarding. Each one reflects the values I cherish and collective will to help make the world around us and our communities a better place to live. On the Senate Finance Committee, I've had a front seat advancing health policy. I was fortunate to serve with the champion of health care, Senator Ted Kennedy. He was a mentor to me as the steps we can take so all Americans have access to affordable, quality health care. Health care should be a right for everyone in this country and not a privilege only for those who can afford it. I was proud to be part of the Congress that passed the Affordable Care Act. That law included my legislation that elevated the National Institute for Minority Health and Health Disparities at NIH. As much progress this has brought, the struggle for health care equality continues. Today, Medicare coverage includes legislation I authored for screening and preventive care, saving lives and dollars. And all health insurance now covers pediatric dental care, which was legislation I authored after the tragic death of DeMonte Driver, a 12-year-old in Maryland whose life could have been saved with a simple tooth extraction. I partnered with Senator Rob Portman in both the House and in the Senate
to expand retirement security, particularly for lower-wage workers. Thanks to legislation we co-authored and has been enacted into law, more employers are providing opportunities for their employees to participate in retirement plans. Our legislation included a saver's credit for lower-wage workers and automatic enrollment provisions that have dramatically increased participation by employees. In the last 10 years, participation in retirement savings for the lowest income quintile of Americans has increased by 135%. And in affordable housing and economic development in underserved communities, I've worked with Senator Cantwell on improvements to the low-income housing tax credit. I've authored successful legislation to expand the new market tax credits and historic tax credits, which have been used for economic development and affordable housing opportunities across Maryland and our nation. Examples of the use of these tools in Maryland include the Justice Thurgood Marshall Center in Baltimore, the Natty Bowe Building in Baltimore, the Wally Bates Legacy Center in Annapolis, and yes, just yesterday, Senator Van Hollen and I were at the Southern Stream Health and Wellness Center that used new market tax credits with Bishop Hickman, which is energizing and revitalizing the communities in East Baltimore. On the Environment and Public Works Committee, I've had the opportunity to expand the federal government's commitment to our infrastructure. The recently enacted bipartisan infrastructure law included many of my priorities. For example, it included funding for reconnecting communities that have been divided and disadvantaged through ill-conceived transportation projects. The poster child for this initiative is the Franklin-Mulberry Corridor in Baltimore. It was not surprising that Baltimore received funding in the first round of federal grants. I'm equally proud of the expansion of the Transportation Alternative Program, TAP. I was the author of the TAP program that allows governments to make their own priority decisions on the use of part of the federal highway funds. That has been a favorite source of funds to provide trails for local communities that connect neighborhoods for walkers and bikers, including, for example, the rehabilitation of the C&O towpath in Washington, Frederick, and Montgomery counties. Myrna and I take advantage of these paths to absorb the beauty of our communities that are now connected through paths and trails. Older communities still have lead pipes bringing drinking water into their homes, and schools threatening the health of our children. The bipartisan infrastructure law provides significant help to eliminate this public health threat, including $82 million in federal grants for Maryland. It also provides unprecedented increases in transit funding, a priority of mine, which is particularly important to traditionally underserved and underrepresented communities. This law allows Maryland to move forward again with the Transit Red Line in Baltimore. Funding for Amtrak enabled Baltimore to begin construction of the Frederick Douglass Tunnel to expedite travel along the Northeast Corridor. One of my top priorities as a Maryland senator has been to promote the health of the Chesapeake Bay, and the federal partnership has been essential in this cause. The Bay is a national treasure, the largest estuary in our hemisphere, and iconic to Maryland. It is in our DNA, particularly important to our economy and our way of life. I first started fighting for the Bay in the Maryland General Assembly. When I was Speaker of the House, I partnered with Governor Harry Hughes to establish the multi-state effort to save the Bay. It led to the partnership with 6 states and the District of Columbia and the Federal Bay Program. Maryland senators have taken the federal lead, starting with Senator Mac Mathias, then Senator Paul Sarbanes and Barbara Mikulski, and now Senator Chris Van Hollen and myself. During my years in the Senate, I've worked with my colleagues to increase funds for the Bay, including the EPA, NOAA, Army Corps of Engineers, wastewater treatment funds, watershed grant funds, agricultural land preservation funds, oyster restoration funds, removal of invasive species from nutria to the blue catfish, and many, many more. I particularly want to note with pride funding for Poplar and Mid-Bay, location for dredging disposals that have been used for environmental restoration and non-controversial locations necessary to keep our channels commercially competitive. Our work on the Chesapeake Bay is working, and it's become a global model of multi-jurisdictional cooperation. The Environment and Public Works Committee helps each region of our country that suffers from a catastrophic event that destroys infrastructure. I thank the leadership of the committee for reaching out to Maryland after the tragic loss of the Francis Scott Key Bridge. The Biden administration has been there every step of the way to help Maryland, and I am confident that Congress will provide the resources and authority to move forward on the construction of the new bridge as quickly as possible. I've been both the chair and ranking member on the Small Business and Entrepreneurship Committee. I am so proud of the bipartisan work of the committee, working with Senator Rubio, particularly during COVID. The historic relief packages we designed not only saved many small businesses, but truly helped to save our economy during the pandemic. I am particularly proud of the focus I brought to help traditionally underserved communities. Senator Warner and I worked to provide support for the CDFIs, so financing options were available in underbanked communities. Including nonprofits and returning citizens in the program, once again provided help and services to often forgotten neighborhoods. During my chairmanship, Maryland expanded from 1 to 4 women's business centers. 2 are located at HBCUs. In addition, Maryland opened its first Veterans Business Outreach Center. Because of these programs, small businesses are thriving in Maryland, especially those led by women, particularly women of color. My service in Congress built on my record of inclusion started with my service in the Maryland General Assembly. As a Baltimore City legislator, I fought for equalization of state educational funds to favor poor property wealth jurisdictions such as Baltimore City. I helped develop the Maryland Hospital all-payer rate system for equal health care access regardless of economic circumstances. Under this system, Maryland has avoided having charity hospitals. As a member of the House of Representatives in the United States Senate, I've helped preserve and strengthen the Maryland hospital rate system. I was the leader in the state of Maryland for the development of the circuit breaker property tax credit program that allows seniors to remain in their homes. And as Speaker of the House, I appointed the first woman, the first African American, to chair a standing committee. One of my proudest accomplishments as a legislator came in the United States Senate. It was the passage and enactment of the Sergei Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act. This law was inspired by the death of Sergei Magnitsky, a Russian tax attorney who was murdered 15 years ago last month for uncovering corruption. His story has been told to the world by his client, Bill Browder, and came to my attention as the chair of the Helsinki Commission. When I was first elected to Congress in 1987, my family was deeply involved in the cause of getting Soviet Jews out of the Soviet Union. My wife, Myrna, was leader of the Maryland Committee for Soviet Jewry. My close friend, Representative Steny Hoyer, chaired the U.S. Helsinki Commission that took up the cause of Soviet Jews and gave me the opportunity to become involved. Steny and I traveled together to several countries behind the Iron Curtain to give hope to those who were living in countries where their leaders denied their citizens basic human rights. So when Sergei Magnitsky was killed, it was clear to me that those who violated his basic rights needed to be held accountable, even if the Russian government refused to act. The Sergei Magnitsky Rule of Law Accountability Act targeted those individuals who were complicit in his jailing and murder. It blocked these individuals from enjoying the benefits of America, from traveling to our country or using our banking system. It put their reputation, ability to travel, and access to their assets at risk. These policies were influenced by Senator Scoop Jackson's legislation, the Jackson-Vanik Law, that denied trade privileges to countries that blocked their citizens from emigrating. When Jackson-Vanik was repealed, because its purpose had been accomplished, it was appropriate that that legislation was used as the vehicle to replace Jackson-Vanik with Magnitsky. The original Magnitsky Law focused on human rights abuses in Russia. And in 2016, I authored the Global Magnitsky Human Rights Accountability Act, which expanded the legislation around the world. These laws have given birth to a whole new international legal framework for upholding human rights and deterring corrupt actors. The European Union and other governments around the world have replicated the Magnitsky system. As of this year, the U.S. program has sanctioned more than 650 foreign persons and entities. But I have to underline a really important point. These laws were not easy to pass. The pushback from Russia alone was historic and continues to this day. But it was the bipartisan support that allowed these bills to make it through the process. I want to acknowledge Senator Dick Lugar, John McCain, and Roger Wicker, my partners in getting the Magnitsky laws enacted. As a result, they have not only been enacted, but they have been very effective. Despite setbacks and opposition, we never gave up hope. And today, corrupt leaders fear the Magnitsky sanctions. The safety of human rights defenders have benefited from these laws. Over and over again, my work as a legislator, I've seen the importance of never giving up. Across my years in Congress, I've seen what I thought would be a dream come true. I've seen the Soviet Jews liberated from the former Soviet Union, the Berlin Wall torn down, former communist-controlled countries, now NATO allies, and political prisoners released to freedom. It's great to see my friend, Vladimir Kara-Murza, free from being imprisoned in Russia. As Václav Havel, the reform leader of the Czech Republic, said, "There's only one thing I will not concede, that it might be meaningless to strive in a good cause." Each of us can make a difference. Never give up hope. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Everybody can be great because everybody can serve." As my friend and classmate in the House of Representatives, along with my classmate Kwesi Mfume, Representative John Lewis said, we should all be willing to get into good trouble. And as that famous philosopher from Baltimore, Babe Ruth, stated, never let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. I often speak about the need for a value-based approach to policymaking. This has rung true in healthcare and the environment, promoting a dignified retirement and creating economic opportunities for all. Perhaps nowhere has this been more fundamental than when it comes to foreign policy and national security. President Biden got it right when he spoke about our international engagement. He said, "We must start with diplomacy rooted in Americans' most cherished democratic values, defending freedom, championing opportunity, upholding universal rights, respecting the rule of law, and treating every person with dignity." As chair of the Senate Foreign Relations Committee, I've made promoting value-based foreign policy decisions a top priority. In addition to the Magnitsky Act, I'm especially proud of my work with Senator Todd Young on combating global corruption that was enacted in 2023. That legislation requires each of our embassies around the world to evaluate how effective the country in which our embassy is located is fighting corruption. The model used for this legislation is similar to the trafficking in persons tier rankings and reports, with consequences against countries that are not making acceptable progress to improve their rankings against human trafficking. Leading globally against human trafficking and corruption is an American value-based foreign policy at its finest. America's strength is in our values. We need to lead globally with our strength. My ability to promote legislation and policies that uphold core universal values was made possible because of my incredible partners, because of their deep values and commitment. There is no way I could have achieved what I've been able to achieve if it weren't for my incredible staff. Their loyalty, their dedication to public service, and their talent made the Cardin team. In 38 years in Congress, I've only had two chiefs, Dave Kashkarian and Chris Lynch. Both led by example and recruited the very best to public service. For over 25 years, Debbie Yamada has attempted to manage the impossible, me. Mr. President, I ask consent that I incorporate in the record a complete list of the staff that I've been blessed to have during my terms in the United States Senate. Our staff works long hours for less compensation than many of them could make in the private sector, because of their commitment to public service. To my staff, you have made Team Cardin a championship team. I also want to salute the people who make this institution work. My heartfelt thanks to the floor staff, committee staff, security staff, and all those who work behind the scenes to make the Senate work. I recognize and salute your dedication. As I said in the beginning, I don't want to say goodbye. This is especially true of my colleagues, my Senate family, and you are family. These past 18 years has been the honor of my life. You have my undying gratitude for partnering with me to serve our country. I started in the Senate in 2007 with a class of 10 new senators. Senator Webb, McCaskill, and Corker are no longer in the Senate. I regret that Senators Tester, Brown, and Casey will be leaving with me at the end of this term. To the remaining three, Senator Klobuchar, Sanders, and Whitehouse, we count on you to carry on our class traditions. I was blessed to have two seatmates during my 18 years in the Senate who are trusted friends. Senator Barbara Mikulski, who welcomed me to the Senate and made my transition so productive, and Senator Chris Van Hollen and I have worked in unity for the people of Maryland. I know that he will continue to serve the people well as the senior senator, along with newly elected Angela Alsor-Brooks. But the partners that made public service possible for me are my family. Myrna and I met in elementary school. And last month, we celebrated our 60th wedding anniversary. Amazing that she's put up with all those years. She's my strongest supporter. I could not have had the career that I had without her unconditional support and confidence. Myrna shares my commitment of giving back to the community, and she keeps me properly grounded. When I became Speaker of the House, she sent me a card to remind me of this. The card read, "To the rest of the world, you may be a roaring lion, but in this house, you're just a pussycat." I put that card on my desk in Annapolis as a constant reminder. My son of blessed memory and my daughter Deborah supported my public career, never complaining about the family sacrifices they had to make, and I know there were many. Finally, some parting advice. I know that many people across this country and around the world are concerned about the direction of the United States. But I'm optimistic we will get through these challenges. Now, some people might say, optimistic. How can that be? They read the news and say, what about our justice system? What about the rule of law? What about our democracy? What about the threats, autocracies around the world and here at home? What about the resurgence of corrupt, blatantly transactional politics? I recognize these threats, and I'm not naive to the dangers and challenges as we all look ahead. There are many challenges ahead of us, but we must not give up hope. The Senate, this body of 100 members in a nation of 335 million Americans, sustains my hope. With a 6-year term representing constituents across the entire state, you have the time and resources to engage each other. We have the time to constructively work across the aisle to find areas of common agreement. There's no institution like this in the world. It's a great honor to be a senator, but it comes with responsibilities to debate and vote on important issues of our times. Over the last 18 years, I've seen firsthand how the Senate works best when we work together. I cited many of these examples, the successful efforts to do just that, working across the aisle on pension reform, small business COVID relief, advancing value-based foreign policy, and many more. We don't have to agree on every single issue, and we never will. But when we defend the constitutional powers of this institution and the prerogatives of the legislative branch together, we create positive results for the country. The Senate is where the rubber meets the road. It's the dividing line between democracy and autocracy. To my colleagues in the Senate, you play an important role in our democratic check and balance system. Never has it been more important for us to fight to protect our democracy, to defend the rule of law, and to stand up for our common values. As senators, we need to demonstrate to the American public by your actions that you can practice civility, that differences can be resolved constructively without harsh terms. We need to remember that compromise was how this nation was formed. It can be a good thing and bring people together. Compromise on policy, but never on principles or values. Treat people with respect even when you disagree. I've made that the guiding principle in my office. My staff calls it Cardenesque. Finally, let us all make it a priority to promote better knowledge and understanding of history, civic engagement, and again, civility. Whether promoting American values or investing in domestic priorities here at home, I ask you to let your values guide you to lead our world and our community in a better place, a fairer place, a healthier place, a more peaceful place, a more prosperous place for all to benefit. Let that be our North Star. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President, Mr. President, is with great pride that on behalf of the Maryland congressional delegation, I pay tribute to our incredible senior senator and thank him for his service to our state and our country, and in fact, all he has done around the world. And I want to recognize the fact that Steny Hoyer, Congressman Hoyer, is with us on the floor as well. Thank you, Mr. Leader, for being here. For those of you who don't know, when Ben Cardin was Speaker of the Maryland House, Steny Hoyer was President of the Maryland Senate. So they've gone way back together, and thank you, Steny, for being here. So colleagues, I think all of us here know Ben Cardin for his many, many achievements and accomplishments, and the fact that he is a wonderful colleague to work with. He has gone over some of those major highlights, and so I'm not going to repeat them all, but I do just want to flag a number of them, because the Magnitsky Act is the legislation that said the United States not only says we're going to stand up and protect fighters for human rights around the world, but we're going to create an enforcement mechanism to do exactly that. We had a hearing just the other day in the Senate Foreign Relations Committee reviewing that legislation. That legislation would not exist but for the fact that Ben Cardin made it happen. First, the original Sergei Magnitsky Act, and then the global Magnitsky Act as a champion of human rights. So this is why Senator Cardin is known not only for his accomplishments in Maryland and in the United States, but indeed around the world. As true with his service on the Helsinki Commission, his partner now, of course, Senator Roger Wicker, which has been standing up for human rights, fighting against hate and anti-Semitism around the world, and doing more here at home to fight against discrimination. So I want to thank him for his global reach, but also for all he's done here in the United States when it comes to health care. He recounted the story of a Marylander whose name was DeMonte Driver, who died because he did not get the dental care he needed. Senator Cardin worked to make sure that never happens again. And whether it's housing or protecting the Chesapeake Bay or many other areas that are so important to our national life, Ben Cardin has been a leader. Now, in Maryland, we're very proud of all of those achievements. But in Maryland, Senator Cardin is known as our friend Ben. If you look at his TV commercials when he runs for re-election, you can find everyday people, whether it's a waterman on the Chesapeake Bay, whether it's a construction worker near the Port of Baltimore, and others saying, thank you to my friend Ben. And because of his great length and quality of service, many people around the state of Maryland have had a chance to meet their friend Ben. And he began to serve the state of Maryland when he was 22 years old. When he ran for the state delegate, he was still a law student at the University of Maryland, Baltimore. And for 58 consecutive years, he has served the people of our state. And he didn't just dream of winning elections. That was not the goal. That was the means to achieve his efforts in public service. And that ethic, as he has said, began in the Cardin family long before he first ran for office. He's the son of Dora, a school teacher, and Meyer, a state legislator and judge. His wife, Myrna, and his late cousin, Shoshana, made their names as champions of Soviet Jewry. The Cardin family believes in America as a beacon of liberty and human rights, a beacon that first inspired Ben's grandparents to immigrate here from Russia at the turn of the last century. So I think it's fair to say that Ben Cardin did not fall far from the Cardin tree of public service, but he has taken that family's commitment to public service to new heights, becoming at 35 years old the youngest ever Speaker of the Maryland House of Delegates. And I want to talk a little bit about his role here in the United States Senate on behalf of Team Maryland, because he is a dear friend. There are many congressional delegations that don't have the spirit of unity that we have in the state of Maryland. And that's a tribute to Ben Cardin's leadership. He's been the quarterback for Team Maryland, bringing us together to make sure that we work on behalf of the priorities of the people of our state, all parts of our state, from the Baltimore area to the Washington suburbs, Eastern Shore, and Western Maryland. I could not ask for a better partner and a better friend in the United States Senate, somebody who welcomed me here after I served in the House of Representatives. I do want to relay briefly to our colleagues in the Democratic caucus something that's not as well known, but when Ben Cardin first arrived in the Senate from the House, having served previously as the Speaker of the House of Delegates in Maryland, he was interested in what the rules are of the Democratic caucus. It turns out at the time that the rules were not publicized among the Democratic members of the caucus. Former Democratic leaders clearly viewed it as in their interest to keep them secret, to keep the members of the caucus in the dark. And so when Ben Cardin asked for the rules, it took a little search to find them. But it is an indication both of his attention to detail, but also his understanding of his responsibility to his colleagues and to the body, that every member, whether they're a long-serving member or a new member, has a chance to participate in the process. And we have since used the good work of Senator Cardin as the chairman of the Senate Caucus Rules Committee, to help expand democracy, little d, in the Democratic caucus. Finally, I just want to say that while much has changed over those 58 years that Senator Cardin has served our state, one thing has remained constant, bedrock, and that is the character of Ben Cardin. You will not find a person of greater decency, a person of greater integrity than Ben Cardin. And whether you agree or disagree with him on any particular issue, you always know that the position he's taken is one that is based in values and principles that he brings to the debate. And for that, we should all be eternally grateful. So I know that he will be leaving this body. I have said, as I've traveled around the state and just been marveling at the fact that while Senator Cardin announced that he wasn't running for re-election over a year ago, he is running so hard through the finish line. It's hard to keep up with him. In fact, he just mentioned that we were at one of the Baptist church in Baltimore the other day, and we've been on the Eastern Shore, Western Maryland, all over the state. So I want to thank him for that deep commitment he has to our country and to the state of Maryland. I want to thank his beloved partner and wife, Myrna Cardin, for giving him all that strength over many years. And while he will be leaving the Senate, both myself and our incoming Senator, Angela Alsher-Brooks, know that he's only a phone call away. So don't turn off your phone too often, Ben Cardin. To my colleagues, thank you all for being here to celebrate an incredible United States Senator, someone we're so proud of in the state of Maryland, our friend, my friend, Ben Cardin.
President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. After Senator Ben Cardin announced his retirement in the spring of 2023, he and his wonderful wife, Myrna, recorded an extraordinary video reflecting on a life in public service nearly as long as their 60 years of marriage, touching on the highlights of a career that ranged from enacting the Magnitsky sanctions, about which we've heard so much today, to protecting Maryland's precious Chesapeake Bay. Ben said the unifying force behind his work has always been tzedakah, the Jewish tradition of helping wherever and whenever help is needed. Observing Ben for the past 18 years, I have seen a statesman of keen intellect and profound decency. He is always guided by the ideals of America, his service to Maryland, and by his faith. He consistently has demonstrated the character that earned him the trust of the people of Maryland, from the House of Delegates to the 3rd Congressional District to the United States Senate. Ben's hometown newspaper, the Baltimore Sun, described him this way: he is a man of substance who understands complicated issues and the art of compromise. Having partnered with Ben on initiatives to move our nation forward, I heartily agree with that description. For example, following the tumultuous aftermath of the 2020 election, Ben was an essential leader in a bipartisan working group that crafted the Electoral Count Reform and Presidential Transition Act to better ensure smooth transfers of power between presidential administrations. I remember, for example, in one meeting, Ben bringing up a legal question that was absolutely essential that we resolved. It was indicative of the kind of careful legislating in which he engages. As members of the Small Business Task Force, we co-authored the Paycheck Protection Program that helped so many businesses and employees survive the COVID pandemic. From expanding Medicare access to improving home health care services to addressing opioid use disorder, Ben has been a strong and effective leader in healthcare. One of Ben's most enduring legacies will be the example, his leadership as a champion of human rights around the world, and his fearless, persistent dedication to fighting anti-Semitism. And one of my most enduring memories of Ben will be standing by his side in Tel Aviv last October following the horrific Hamas attack on Israel. In the aftermath of that incomprehensible evil, Ben offered words of consolation and peace as he made crystal clear that the United States will always stand shoulder to shoulder with the state of Israel. It is significant that just before our bipartisan delegation traveled to Israel, Ben was presented with the Anne Frank Award for Human Dignity and Tolerance from the Kingdom of the Netherlands. Well deserved. Mr. President, it has been such an honor to serve with Senator Ben Cardin, a leader of integrity, intelligence, and civility. I am so grateful for his efforts to strengthen our institutions, to elevate our national discourse, and to bring people together to find common ground and solve problems. I wish Ben and Myrna much happiness in the years to come. You will be missed, Ben. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President,
The senator from New Jersey.
I would like to rise and join some of my colleagues in speaking about Ben Cardin, but I perhaps want to take a little bit more of a personal approach to sharing my thoughts about my departing colleague. I don't know if he remembers this, but I was elected in a special election, and I came here plopping down, sworn in on the auspicious day of Halloween. And I knew I had to meet my colleagues, so I started the process of going to their offices. That took me to meet everybody from John McCain sitting in his office, obviously, to Harry Reid, who was here then. But my journey to go see Ben Cardin was different than any of my other meetings because we sat down and he asked me about myself. And before I knew it, we were talking about Judaism. Now, it was an amazing conversation to me because I did not realize how deep his faith was, how knowledgeable he was of the Torah, something I've been studying for decades as a non-Jew, and I found this incredible connection to him around the principles that he spoke about at the top of his speech, principles of chesed, principles of tzedakah, this idea of living a good and moral life. But what was amazing to me over these last 11 years that I've been in the Senate is that maybe some joking from time to time about Judaism, but we really haven't had as much of a Torah discussion as we did on that very first day. He has never invited me to a minyan. He and I have never prayed together. He's never talked to me about his religion. I've traveled around the whole world, but that first conversation was the most we ever talked about his religion and his faithfulness. But what's amazing to me is even though we haven't spoken about it, as someone who knows and loves the religion, I will say I have seen it in him every single day. In my faith, there's a theologian that says, everywhere you go, preach the gospel, but only sometimes use words. I'm a big believer that before you tell me about your religion, first show it to me and how you treat other people. Before you preach to me how much you love your God, show it to me in how you love all of God's children. Before you tell me about your passion for your faith, show it to me in your compassion for other people. This has been the beauty of serving with my colleague, Ben Cardin, is because I have seen through the work and the dedication and the labors and the attention to detail and the leadership how deep his integrity is in his alignment between his beliefs and how he conducts himself in the world. And so in honor of that, Ben, I'm going to try to do something that I'm sure has never been done in the history of the Senate, is I am going to say goodbye to you in a Devar Torah. Now, maybe there has been a Devar Torah on the Senate floor, but I am confident in the history of America, there's never been on the Senate floor a Devar Torah given by a big black goy. And so here it is. There's a moment in the Torah where Moses, this great leader, has been given the Ten Commandments, but the Jewish people are worshiping a golden calf. We all know the story of him smashing the tablets, but what I didn't know until I started studying Judaism and doing Torah study on Fridays, I didn't know there was a moment where God said, okay, I'll destroy these people and give you new people to lead. And what was amazing to me, astonishing to me about this story from the Torah is you would think this devotion, this fealty to God, that whatever God says goes, but Judaism struck me when I started studying the Torah as this strange faith that all of these major figures get into fights with God. Whether it was the incredible story of Abraham arguing with angels about defending a city, Sodom and Gomorrah, but in this moment what Moses said to God was, Ma cheni na mi sifrecha. If you destroy these people, then erase me from your book. I want no part of you, God. I've watched you for 11 years. And like that ideal of Moses, despite all of the imperfections of humanity, despite our faults and our foibles, despite the tragedies we have wrought unto ourselves, you have shown that leadership of Moses, not accepting the world's happenings as God's will, but standing up and standing in the breach. You have, through your work, both here in America and across the globe, you have been one of those people who has defended the weak, who has protected the vulnerable, and who has championed the best of humanity. Yes, you have preached the gospel, my friend, but you have more profoundly dedicated your life to its work. There's an ideal in Judaism that we should all be dedicated towards tikkun olam, to healing this world. I believe there is a God in heaven. I share your sense of faith, and I believe at the end of this chapter of your life, God is saying, well done, my good and faithful servant. And I know God's not done with you yet, so as you go on into the world, I simply say, as your brother, Yasher Koach. Thank you.
Mr. President.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I'm tempted to simply say amen and to yield back. But I didn't want this moment to pass without rising on behalf of my wife Gail and me to say how much we have appreciated the friendship of Ben and Myrna Cardin and the leadership that they have shown to us as we have represented the United States of America to citizens around the world, and particularly to our friends in Europe. Myrna has been a wonderful friend to Gail. She is deserving of all of the accolades that she has received and will receive. I've had an opportunity in this city several times in the last few weeks to make remarks on behalf of Ben Cardin. He suggested to me almost that he had heard enough and that I needn't say any more. But I do want to say how much I appreciate his leadership and the list of accomplishments that he has listed, and to say how grateful I will always be for Ben allowing me to be a part of the Magnitsky struggle and getting the Magnitsky Act passed and Global Magnitsky, which is renowned around the world as an effective tool against totalitarianism and corruption. And so I would simply say that people in the audience may have happened by. I know a number of people here came for this particular purpose. But if you happen simply to be in the gallery at this particular time, you have been, these people, Mr. President, have been subject to the testimony of a magnificent public servant. And if I serve decades more, which I do not feel that I will, if I live to be 100, I will not see a finer leader in terms of intellect, talent, in terms of savvy, in terms of accomplishment, in terms of leadership and statesmanship than I have known in the person of Ben Cardin, and I am grateful to have been his colleague and his friend. And I yield.
Mr. President.
Senator from Maryland.
First, I'm incredibly grateful for the kind comments that my Senate family has said. I said that my colleagues are my family, and they were certainly a lot less objective than my real family has been about some of my legislative actions. So first, to Senator Van Hollen, he pointed out that we work together, we trust each other, and we've been able to get more done because of it. That trust has never been broken, and the two of us have been able to share information. We share a common vision of what we want for Maryland and this nation, and it has made my service in the United States Senate so much more rewarding, knowing that my colleague is a person who shares the burdens of our office of representing the people of Maryland and takes equal responsibility to make sure we get things done in a unified way. So, Senator Van Hollen, thank you for those very kind comments, and it's mutual. Your leadership here has made it has benefited our state to an incredible degree. And to Senator Collins, I've been at several bipartisan groups with Senator Collins. She has a way of just reaching out and bringing people together. And I must tell you, she sort of glossed over what we did in response to January 6th and the passage of the Electoral College reforms. That was not an easy task to get that to the finish line. And Senator Collins was the leader on that effort and allowed me to have input where it was needed in order to bring people together. But that's what she does all the time. She always looks for common ways. It's a reason why our appropriators seem to be able to get along through the leadership of Senator Murray and Senator Collins. I think it's a real example for all of us. And then to Rabbi Booker. I want to know when he's going to start the synagogue, because I'm going to join that synagogue. I just want everybody to know. His Devar Torah is a lot better than a lot of rabbis' Devar Torah. So he's just an incredible addition to our Senate family, and I'll follow him anywhere. And to Senator Wicker, you know, what we've been able to do together, it's been an incredible run. I've been with you around the world. We've stood up to dictators and we've helped friends. We've stood by people who've had no other help around so that their rights could be heard. And we've gotten a lot done together. There is no question that we would not have had the victories on the Magnitsky bills without your personal involvement, working within your caucus to make sure that it was not politicized, that we got it to the final line. And you took a lot of arrows for us, and I very much appreciate that. More importantly, human rights defenders appreciate your gallantry in the United States Senate to get those bills to the finish line. And bills that don't have your name on it that I mentioned, you were responsible to make sure we had vehicles to get them completed. So I thank you for your friendship. I thank you for Gail. And it's been, as I said, a real pleasure to have that type of relationship. I'm often asked by my colleagues, do you ever talk to Republicans? I mean, they think that we're so divided here. And this is a family. And that's why I said in my parting comments, I really see the hope of our future in the relationships that have been developed here in the United States Senate. We can work together. We can resolve these issues. We know what our responsibilities are about. We know we have challenges in this country, but we also know we need to listen to each other. And that's what I think we do here in the Senate. We've got to do it in a more effective way. And my colleagues that are with me today have been champions in listening to each other to get the work done for the American people. Mr. President, I'm deeply honored to serve in this body, and I thank you for your attention. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Mr. President, I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
I ask consent that the scheduled vote occur immediately.
Is there objection? Without objection. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of the following nomination, which the clerk will report.
Nomination, the judiciary, Cynthia Dixon of California to be United States District Judge for the Central District of California.
On the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Brown, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Vance, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Reed, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, and Welch. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Cotton, Crapo, Lee, Marshall, Paul, Ricketts, Romney, Tuberville, and Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Kim, aye. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Mullen, no. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Cornyn. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Budd. Mr. Budd, no. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Langford. Mr. Langford, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Durbin. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schmidt, no. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Kelly, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Rubio, no. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Graham. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, no. Mrs. Britt. Mrs. Britt, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Ms. Stabenow. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Klobuchar. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Warnock. Mr. Warnock, aye. We shall continue to ignore him. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Warren. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, no. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, aye. Ms. Rosen. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, no. Mr. Carper. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Murkowski. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye.
It was not that. It was a national security.
Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Casey. Mr. Casey, aye.
The nomination is confirmed. On this, the votes are, the yeas are 49, the nays are 47. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Mr. President.
The Majority Leader.
Well, first, could we have order, Mr. President? Madam President?
Order.
Thank you. I thank my friend, Senator Wyden, for coming to the floor to champion something that I've been very supportive of, and he has carried the Bipartisan Press Act, a bill every person in this room, whether they be senators, journalists, citizens, should want to see become law. No democracy can survive without a free and open and thriving press. The free press keeps governments accountable to the people, exposes abuse and wrongdoing, informs the public about what is happening in government. But if government can unduly harass the press, or when leaders smear journalists as enemies of the people, and when there are too few protections for journalists, our democracy is at the very real risk of eroding away. We've seen in some countries, in Hungary, Orban, a dictator, tells his friends to buy the press so there can be no real freedom and no real counter-argument. And they do. They buy newspapers, television, etc. And so we have to protect the press. It's sacred, sacred in America. The Press Act is a common sense and strongly bipartisan bill to ensure journalists can do their job without facing undue harassment. I'm so proud to support this act. Senate Democrats all support this bill, and the bill has already passed the House unanimously. I hope every single Senate Republican joins us to pass it today. I know many of them are ready to do the right thing. I think it has a majority support in both parties. This bill, again, is common sense and balanced. It would prohibit the federal government from using subpoenas or search warrants or other measures to force journalists or third parties to reveal confidential information without their knowledge. It has exceptions carefully tailored to address matters of national security. And it would ensure that the decision to seize journalists' records and compel them to reveal sources falls to the federal courts, not to the Department of Justice. More important now than ever before, when we've heard so many in the incoming administration talk about going after the press one way or another. 99% of the work to enact the Press Act into law is already done. All we need is for no senator to stand in the way today. So thank you, Senator Wyden, for championing this bill. Thank you to the many reporters, news organizations, press leaders, and press associations for championing this bill. Being a journalist is a hard job. It's hard enough. Journalists shouldn't have to fear baseless government harassment on top of that for just doing their jobs. So let's pass the Bipartisan Press Act and send it to the President's desk.
Madam President.
Senator from Oregon.
Madam President, before he leaves the floor, let me just thank the Senate Majority Leader. We've talked about this often, and I'm particularly struck by the readings of the Founding Fathers because several of the Founding Fathers seem to think that a free press was at least as important as government. So the case that you're making today, Mr. Leader, is well stated.
Let me thank the senator from Oregon for his leadership. Thank you.
Madam President, in a few minutes, I'm going to ask unanimous consent to pass my bipartisan bill, the Press Act. And this legislation, Madam President, is deeply personal to me. I'm very proud to be the son of Peter Wyden, who was an award-winning journalist. My dad fled the Nazis in the 1930s, and members of his family died at the hands of the Nazis. In the United States, my dad became such a good writer, he became part of our Army's elite group, the Ritchie Boys, that wrote the propaganda pamphlets that we dropped on the Nazis. Growing up, my dad always mentioned that several of our Founding Fathers, as I indicated to the Majority Leader here, stressed how important the free press was to our country. And my dad emphasized how important it is that American journalists can do their jobs without unneeded government interference. So our bipartisan bill shields journalists from being forced by the courts to disclose their sources or information provided by their sources with, as the majority leader and I have emphasized, key exceptions exist in our legislation for national security and other critical matters. And our bill also does not otherwise limit the government's ability to pursue leakers. So this is so common sense, Madam President, that nearly every state in the country has some form of reporter's shield on the books. Democratic and Republican state legislators alike have found value in preserving the free flow of information and codifying these fundamental freedoms. My bill with Senator Lee, and I want to thank our colleague on the other side of the aisle on all his good counsel here, our bill would finally ensure that these protections make it to the federal level. This is a bill, and I note this, my colleague, the President of the Senate, knows that sometimes it's pretty hard around the Congress to be able to get folks to agree to order a 7-Up or something. This bill passed this House unanimously and has the support of both the chair of the Judiciary Committee and ranking member, Senator Graham. Not only that, but our bill has been endorsed by people from across the political spectrum. I'd say to my friend from Nevada, Tucker Carlson is on board. Fox News is on board. This is about as bipartisan as you can get. Past administrations, both Democratic and Republican, have exploited the lack of a federal shield law to curtail the freedom of the press, and in some cases even jailed journalists who refused to break their journalistic ethics and reveal their sources. It is long overdue that these abuses be stopped. So my substitute amendment that I put together with Senator Lee addresses feedback that we heard on this Senate floor and elsewhere. My colleague from Arkansas, member of the Intelligence Committee, spoke about this before, and we heard feedback from the Department of Justice that they wanted some key national security exceptions for Section 702 and threats to critical infrastructure and ensuring that the federal government can still respond to cases that require exigency. So I want it understood that between the time this came up on the floor previously and today, we have reached out for feedback that addresses a number of the concerns that I heard from my colleague from Arkansas, a member on the Intelligence Committee that I work with, that I hope addresses his concerns. So, as if in legislative session, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 4250, considered and agreed to. The bill as amended be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Madam President,
Senator from Arkansas.
reserving the right to object, this bill is a threat to U.S. national security and an insult to basic fairness and the principle of equality before the law. This is the biggest giveaway to the liberal press in American history. The so-called Press Act would turn reporters into a protected class, free to hold, share, and publish highly classified and dangerous information that no other American is allowed to possess. Passage of this bill would turn the United States Senate into the active accomplice of deep state leakers, traitors, and criminals, along with the America-hating and fame-hungry journalists who helped them out. This legislation would make it all but impossible to ever compel a reporter to reveal their sources or compel them to return classified information in their possession. Reporters would become the only class of people legally permitted to possess classified information in an unsecure and unmonitored environment. It gives reporters rights that no other American possesses. No senator even has these protections. In fact, if the senator from Oregon was given unsecured classified information and refused to turn it over, he could be censored, prosecuted, and possibly even put in jail. And we wouldn't want that to happen. We would miss him dearly. Even former presidents don't have the rights that this legislation provides to liberal journalists. Just remember, the FBI raided President Trump's house on the mere accusation that he held unsecured, classified information. And unlike President Trump, President Biden actually committed this crime and only escaped prosecution because the prosecutor concluded he was too addled to be convicted. Thanks to this bill, reporters at CNN, MSNBC, and the New York Times would have more rights and privileges than former presidents and vice presidents. This bill would also embolden every leaker and would-be traitor in the federal government within arm's reach of classified or damaging information. Leakers could reveal anything from the placement of American troops in foreign countries to the location of nuclear weapons with only the thinnest and hardest to prove exceptions. They could release embarrassing or incriminating information from FBI background checks. They could also release information provided by allied nations, endangering America's alliances around the world. If this bill became law, every leaker would sleep well at night knowing that their accomplices in the media would never have to turn them in. Leakers could also release, say, phone records of discussions between the President of the United States and foreign leaders. And this bill would protect any reporter who released or possessed the contents of those calls. Maybe it should be called the Alexander Vindman Protection Act. Not surprisingly, President Trump recently wrote, "Republicans must kill this bill." And for the benefit of those who missed it, he wrote it in all capital letters and with an exclamation point at the end. So please type that into the record as well. The bill's advocates often say, too much stuff is classified. I agree. On the Intelligence Committee, I often ask, why is this classified? But some information ought to be classified. And the solution to overclassification is to classify less stuff, not to enable liberal deep staters to leak to liberal journalists. Another argument I hear is government employees often violate the law and abuse our citizens. I agree, especially when Democrats are in office. But whistleblowers have plenty of legal and effective avenues to raise those concerns. If their superiors refuse to listen to them, they can contact their department's inspector general or ombudsman. They can also contact congressional oversight committees or federal law enforcement. What they shouldn't do, what the law in fact forbids them from doing, is running off to the liberal media. And even with its present protections, which I think are excessive, the liberal media has a long record of endangering our troops and our interests around the world. The liberal media doesn't deserve more privileges, protections, and perks. Releasing classified information is a serious crime, and it should be punished seriously. And contrary to what members of the press may think, a press badge doesn't make you better than the rest of America or put you above the law. For several years, the media has conducted itself in a disgraceful manner and destroyed its reputation with the American people. Yet some in Congress, maybe the only institution less popular than the press, now want to give it more privileges? I don't think so. My message is simple. No one is entitled to the privileges provided in this bill, certainly not the press. Therefore, I object.
Objection is heard.
Just
Senator
to be-
from Oregon.
Be brief here. This legislation that we have been discussing passed the House of Representatives early this year, and it was unanimous. So for people who are following the debate, every single Republican, every one in the other body, in effect, approved this legislation. Why did they do that? Because it clearly is sensitive to these national security concerns. We put in express exceptions for national security, including an area my colleague and I know a lot about, Section 702 of FISA. So my colleague was very kind to me. He said, gosh, if I wasn't here, he'd miss me. Well, that's very kind and thoughtful, but what we're really missing is the overwhelming support from Republicans for this legislation. I spoke about the members in the other body. No one else is objecting, here. And I just think that if we look at the writings of the Founding Fathers and their importance of a free press, what we ought to be saying is, yes, we should be listening to each other. That's why I made those changes since the last time my colleague from Arkansas objected. This is going to also, and I think my colleague and I would agree on this, protect citizens, journalists who don't have the legal budget to fight subpoenas the way big newspapers can. That's why my bill has been endorsed by independent journalists like Catherine Herridge. So I understand that we don't have unanimous consent today. I think it's unfortunate. I think America would be stronger and freer if we were passing this legislation today. But we'll be back, and my hope is that we can work with the senator from Arkansas to get his support. And I want it understood from the standpoint of good faith that I listened the last time my colleague and I were here on the floor of the United States Senate, and I thought he made good arguments. I'm not here to say he is without good arguments. And that's why I went out and I told our staff and all the folks on the Intel Committee and the people who work with us on it, make these changes to see if we can come aboard. So I realize we don't have unanimous consent this afternoon, but I just say to my colleagues, this is about as important as it gets. Free speech is fundamental to what makes our country so special. I've had more than 1,100 town hall meetings at home, and people always come and say, I don't agree with you about this, or I don't agree with you about that, but we're using our First Amendment. We're making sure we can always be heard. So I will tell my colleague, my door is open, and we'll be talking to your folks to see if we can get this resolved. And as I say, I made those changes since the last time we were on the floor for the express purpose of our being able to see if we could find agreement. So, Madam President, I respect my colleagues' right to dissent in spite of the fact that every single House Republican voted for it. And I'm going to be coming back and seeing if we can find ways to work it out, and I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from Arkansas.
I appreciate the remarks of the senator from Oregon. The Founding Fathers designed the Senate to be the sober second thought to the House of Representatives or even transient and fleeting public opinion. The senator from Oregon cited a unanimous vote in the House. Sometimes that's an indication of widespread support for a sound and wise policy. But on occasion, it's an indication that a rash, impetuous, hasty, impulsive decision by the House deserves a sober second thought in the United States Senate. And not for the first time, I'm pleased to provide the sober second thought on this and other issues. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Majority Whip.
I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
We're not in a quorum call.
Thank you. Madam President, periodically I've come to the Senate floor to raise the issue of political prisoners languishing in jails around the world. You would wonder why I do this. Well, it came to my attention that there's some real miscarriages of justice in terms of these political prisoners. And it also came to my attention that when I make a speech on the floor, sometimes people hear it, and it makes a difference. Thanks to the good work of Chris Homan, my chief staffer on this project, we have been party to and assisting in many releases of prisoners around the world. Some have come to visit me in my office here in the Capitol, saying they were languishing in prison and nobody even knew they were alive. And I gave a speech, and I talked to the ambassador, and the next thing you know, they're home. So on the off chance that good fortune will come through again, I'm going to make this effort this evening and joined by Senator Welch of Vermont. There are journalists, activists, opposition candidates, and everyday citizens who are too often victims of petty, repressive regimes for simply trying to exercise basic democratic freedoms we take for granted in this country. Over the years, many of those eventually released have come to see me here in D.C. Without fail, they say that their jailers cruelly tried to make them think they were forgotten and shared how sustaining it was to know voices around the world kept attention to their plight. So I'll raise a few more cases today, and I'm glad to be joined by my friend, the junior senator from Vermont, Senator Welch, who's also taking up this effort. I'd like to first start with the country of Eritrea. An abysmal human rights record in that country. It has the nickname, the distinction of being the North Korea of Africa. Eritrea has been ruled since its independence 3 decades ago by President Afwerki, whose regime has a well-documented history of arresting or forcibly disappearing thousands of political prisoners into secret detention centers known for appalling conditions, usually without any charges, trial, or sentencing. In September 2001, Eritrea banned all independent media and arbitrarily arrested journalism for any criticism of the government. Let me highlight a few who've been jailed for more than 2 decades. 2 decades. Dawit Isaak, an award-winning Swedish Eritrean journalist. Emmanuel Azrat, a distinguished poet and publisher. Seyum Shehavi, a war journalist and television executive. And finally, Timosegan Gebrayes, an actor and journalist. All of them are depicted on this sign. They remain in prison, along with thousands of Eritreans under unimaginable conditions with no end in sight. I urge President Afwerki, end this madness, free these political prisoners. It would be an important step toward establishing your reputation in the world and ending international sanctions and Eritrea's isolation. Next, Saudi Arabia. A country with which we've shared many interests, but also in which unacceptable political repression continues to complicate our relationship. I have long advocated for the case of writer Raif Badawi, it's over in this corner, who in 2022 was at last released after spending 10 years in Saudi prison for a crime of exercising his right to free speech. Yet to this day, he remains subject to a cruel travel ban, preventing him from reuniting with his family in Canada. Walid Abu Akhir, a women's rights activist, Salma al-Shabaab, and other such prisoners. Walid has been in prison since 2014 for his human rights work, and in 2022, Salma was given an outrageous 34-year prison sentence for this. Let me tell you what her crime was. Ready? She used Twitter. That was it. Enough. 34 years. Throw away the key. For too long, the Saudi crown prince has silenced dissidents and pro-democracy activists while claiming to embrace reform. Such reform should include allowing Raif to unite with his family in Canada, as well as unconditionally releasing Walid, Salma, and countless other political prisoners without delay. Next, the Asian country of Tajikistan. Didn't want to drop that. Which wants to increase security and economic cooperation with the United States. As I've long said, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, especially for opposition parties, remains critical for countries that want a closer relationship with the United States. As such, I urge the release of human rights lawyer Buzakir Yurov, who is serving 28 years in prison for simply representing Tajikistan's legal opposition in court. Lastly, I want to focus on the nation of Vietnam, with whom, despite China's bullying in the region, the U.S. has built a remarkably good reputation over the years. And yet, Vietnam remains at the bottom of World Press Freedom Index. In 2024, Vietnam ranked 174th out of 180 nations. The Vietnamese government continues to heavily restrict free speech, with too many journalists and human rights defenders facing harassment, detention, and harsh prison sentences under so-called anti-state propaganda laws. This includes people like Pham Chi Dung, one of the most popular writers on Voice of America's Vietnamese service, who was sentenced to 15 years in prison in 2021. He helped create the Independent Journalists Association of Vietnam, and Pham Doan Trang, considered one of the most prominent Vietnamese dissidents, who so far has served 4 years of a 9-year prison sentence. Just this year, she was awarded PEN America's Barbary Freedom to Write Award, adding to her already long list of awards from several government and press freedom groups. In 2020, just before her arrest, she wrote very movingly, and I want to quote her, "I don't want freedom for just myself. That's too easy. I want something greater, freedom for Vietnam." That's an amazing show of courage. I've seen the same from so many other political prisoners around the world, willing to go to prison for their freedom. Before I turn the floor over to Senator Welch, I want to remind these brave individuals in Eritrea, Saudi Arabia, Tajikistan, and Vietnam, you are not forgotten. We will continue to advocate for your well-being and release and speaking your names to the world. And when you are free, please come visit me here at the Capitol. I'll be waiting to shake your hand. Madam President, I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Senator from Vermont.
I want to thank Senator Durbin for his ongoing commitment to highlighting the plights of people who have been abandoned, for doing nothing more than exercising free speech, for doing nothing more than speaking up on behalf of oppressed in their own country, for speaking up on behalf of human rights and justice. And what Senator Durbin said inspires me, and that is, we don't know what the outcome will be. Is anyone paying attention? We don't know. But what we do know, and we have seen, is that this does help and make a difference and get some attention on people who are unjustly imprisoned for doing something that's noble. And our goal here is not always to have everything be instrumental immediately, but it is to reassert the commitment that this United States Senate has to do what is within our power, and sometimes it's very limited, as in this case, of advocacy and attention, to highlight and hopefully result in the highlighting of an oppressive situation, to have a release of a person who's been unjustly detained. So I just want to express my gratitude to Senator Durbin, and over the years I've met people who used to be political prisoners and were shaking the hand of Senator Durbin, and his advocacy made a difference. The advocacy of other members of the Senate makes a difference. And the most compelling thing for me is just think about what it is like to be a person who has made a statement, who used Twitter. You're suddenly arrested. You're suddenly cut off from your family. You're suddenly cut off from any visitation. You have no idea whether you have a future. And you have to feel day in and day out in that captivity that people have completely forgotten who you are. You become invisible. So the act of trying to make visible people who, as a result of the use of state power, have been made invisible is something that each and every one of us should do our best using this office that we have and this forum we have to stand up and remember people who have been made forgotten because they've done decent things. I'm really grateful to work with you, Senator Durbin, on this, and I want to focus attention on other political prisoners. And the first is Maria Callas-Nakawa. And Maria is a professional musician. Think about that. A gifted musician. Think of the discipline that goes into becoming a professional discipline. She was admired throughout Belarus for her talents and as a leading member of the political opposition. She left aside just being a musician to speak out on behalf of her people. She called for free and fair elections. Arrest follows. After every leading opposition candidate had either been jailed in Belarus or fled the country, Maria was apprehended in 2020 by officials driving an unmarked vehicle and taken to the Belarus border, where they attempted to forcibly deport her to Ukraine. Shortly after that, she wouldn't allow herself to be forcibly deported. Think about that. She had to risk coming back when she was in the custody of unknown people who had no good intention for her. They put her on trial, and she was tried and she was sentenced to 11 years in a penal colony. 11 years for the crime of calling for free and fair elections. Her situation is obviously concerning for many reasons, not the least of which between February 2023 and November 2024, a year and 9 months, she was not allowed any visits by her family. I mean, just think about that. Your son or your daughter is cut off from you, and you have no idea how they're doing, whether they're alive. Are they suffering? Only after nearly 600 days was Maria's father finally permitted to visit her last month. Now, I'm speaking about this with some passion because I met her sister just recently. Her sister, Tatiana, came to my office, and she has been out and about telling her sister's story and seeking for her release. Tatiana was joined in my office by 2 human rights defenders who are courageously working to help secure the release of Maria and other Belarusian political prisoners. There have been a small number of Belarusian prisoners convicted of, quote, extremism who have been released. And I'm hopeful that Maria will also be released. And while the United States and Belarus have profound disagreements, including over human rights and Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, I believe that officials of both governments should speak respectfully towards each other and seek opportunities to work together to address issues of common interest, and my hope is that her release will be one of them. Madam President, second, I want to speak about Michael Osorbo Castillo. Michael is an Afro-Cuban musician and writer who won a Latin Grammy Award while imprisoned in a Cuban jail. How do you do that? He won a Latin Grammy while he was in jail. He helped write a hit pro-democracy anthem that won Song of the Year at the 2021 Latin Grammys. I mean, one of the things that's so extraordinary about folks like this who are illegally, wrongly imprisoned is that it doesn't somehow quell their spirit to express themselves and their joy of life. Michael is definitely one of them. He was arrested in May 2021 following months of police harassment, including intensive surveillance, movement restrictions, and preventive detention. and he was sentenced a year later on politically motivated charges of evading police custody and sharing social media critical of the government. Michael is one of the many who have been unjustly imprisoned, and I urge the Cuban government to release him. I also hope the incoming Trump administration will not do what many fears, which is to tighten really a lot of further sanctions on Cuba even more. Finally, I want to mention Dr. Salah Soltan. Salah is a 65-year-old U.S. permanent resident, academic scholar, and prisoner of conscience in Egypt. And Dr. Salah has quite a smile, as you can see. He's a husband, he's a father, he's a grandfather to 11 grandchildren, American citizens, by the way, with deep roots in Michigan and in the Midwest. He's been unjustly imprisoned for 12 years, and he is in fragile health. In recent years, there's been a growing bicameral, bipartisan, domestic, regional, and international support for his release on medical and on humanitarian grounds. President Sisi has taken some modest steps towards justice for political prisoners, including removing more than 700 Egyptians with tangible ties to opposition political parties from domestic terrorism lists. That's good, what President Sisi did. We want him and urge him to release Salah on humanitarian grounds so he can rejoin his family in the United States. Madam President, these are only 3 of the tens and probably hundreds of thousands of prisoners of conscience in the world. The arbitrary arrest and imprisonment of individuals for nothing more than peacefully expressing views in support of democracy, in support of freedom of expression and other human rights is abhorrent. These folks are accused of all sorts of fabricated charges, and it's really a use of the awesome power of a state to essentially oppress people who are critical of the state. These folks are apprehended. They're subject oftentimes to inhumane conditions, often solitary confinement, in decrepit prisons. Without access to lawyers or families, they're erased. They become invisible, as Senator Durbin was discussing. And some of these folks die in prison from torture or untreated medical conditions. So anytime we can raise the possibility of their getting some attention so their case can be heard, so they have some possibility of release, is a good use of our time. The question about why we do it kind of surprises me, actually, because the answer is simple. You know, Americans care about people whose fundamental rights are denied. And whoever and wherever they are, we should continue to express that concern. And I'm proud to say that that certainly is a legacy of my predecessor, Senator Patrick Leahy, who served in this body for 48 years. In fact, that right is every person's responsibility under the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which no country voted against when it was adopted on December 10th, 1948. 66 years ago today. So I want to finish by where I started, by thanking my colleague from Illinois, but not just for his advocacy, but for his inspiration to all of us to do what we can with this office that we hold for whatever period of time we've been entrusted, to speak out on behalf of wonderful people like the people that I mentioned and Senator Durbin mentioned. Madam President, I yield back to my colleague, Senator Durbin.
Madam President, I want to thank
Majority
my
Whip.
colleague, Senator Welch from Vermont. He's a great partner in this effort, and I know his heart is at the same place mine is. One of the things that just struck me, and some of the prisoners have said to me when they came home and made it to the United States, to my office, one of them said, "You don't realize that you're mentioning my name on the floor of the United States Senate could have saved my life." Many of the jailers and oppressive governments that have these people in prison beat them, torture them, starve them, and believe no one knows or no one cares. But if all of a sudden the name of that prisoner becomes conversation at the embassy or at the State Department or even in some of the halls of leadership in governments around the nation, they think twice before they hurt them or kill them. It's hard to imagine that our simple speech on the floor could have that impact, but it has. And I thank you for joining me in this effort. I hope our colleagues will join us as well. I yield the floor, Madam President. Suggest the absence of quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
The Majority Leader.
I move to, wait, 1 second. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I move to proceed to legislative session.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. President. Okay, I move to proceed to executive session to consider calendar 835.
The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Nuclear Regulatory Commission, Matthew James Marzano of Illinois to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
I send a cloture motion to the desk.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion, we, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 835, Matthew James Marzano of Illinois, to be a member of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission.
I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to legislative session and be in a period of morning business with senators permitted to speak therein for up to 10 minutes each.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S-Res 926, which was submitted earlier today.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 926 to constitute the majority party's membership on certain committees for the 118th Congress or until their successors are chosen.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to and that the motions to reconsider be considered made, laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 505 S4776.
Clerk will report.
Calendar number 505 S4776, a bill to amend the Older Americans Act of 1965 and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the committee reported substitute amendment be withdrawn, the Sanders substitute amendment at the desk be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered read a third time.
Without objection.
I know of no further debate on the bill as amended.
Is there further debate? If not, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes do have it. The bill as amended is passed.
I ask that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of Calendar 557, H.R. 3254.
The clerk will report.
Calendar number 557, H.R. 3254, an act to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 6829 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 6829, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the committee is discharged and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Now, Mr. President, I have great and wonderful news. Just now, after so much work, we have finally reached the end zone and are sending the HARTS Act to the President's desk. We scored a touchdown for America's children. Today, the Senate unanimously passed the HEARTS Act, and with it, we are giving schools across America the tools they need to save lives. Just yesterday, I was in Buffalo, New York at Cheektowaga High School with Damar Hamlin and members of the community for this very cause, making sure that every school has AEDs and the ability to teach CPR. Damar Hamlin's story is a powerful reminder that in a cardiac emergency, every minute counts. He learned that when he had his cardiac arrest on the football field, and all Americans learn that all the time. And it's especially true when it comes to our children. Over the past few months, Damar and I have worked tirelessly on the HEARTS Act so we can increase funding for schools to purchase more AEDs and ensure students and staff know how to use them. Many members in both chambers have likewise worked relentlessly on this bill. It's a bipartisan bill, it's a common sense bill, and most importantly, it is a life-saving bill. Mr. President, this bill will save lives. When our young athletes have a cardiac arrest or need some other form of CPR, there will be the AED equipment at the school, and there will be trained personnel who know how to apply the AEDs and CPR. It's going to save lives. It's a beautiful thing. And I have to salute Damar Hamlin. After his bout with cardiac arrest, he went forward and said, I have to change this and get the AEDs available to everybody. He came and visited me in Washington. I said, I want to help, and together we've been a great team. I told Damar that passing this legislation, which has just happened, is his first Super Bowl ring. Winning the Super Bowl, which I believe the Bills will do, will be his second Super Bowl ring. With the passage of the HEARTS Act, we're putting AEDs within the reach of more schools and children. Studies show that schools with AEDs and CPR-trained staff are seven times more likely to save a life during a cardiac emergency. That statistic is now a promise we are making to every parent, every teacher, every student in America, that they'll have the resources they need. I want to thank Damar Hamlin for his courage, his partnership, his dedication. He is both a strong man and a humble and modest man, a beautiful person. I count him as a friend. He turned a personal tragedy into a mission to save others. Again and again, Damar would tell me, quote, let's make history on this bill. And today, history is being made. I'd like to thank the NFL for their support. I'd like to thank the Buffalo Bills for their support. And I'd like to thank all of those who worked to make this possible. To every colleague here in this chamber who helped get this bill across the finish line, and to the staff who worked so hard on this bill, especially Gunnar Haberl, a proud member of the Bills Mafia. And we went to Cheektowaga High School. His father is a PE teacher there, and I met him yesterday as well. And I can tell you, Mr. Haberl is so proud of what Gunnar has done. He's right here. Not Mr. Haberl, Gunnar. Gunnar, as I said, is a proud member of the Bills Mafia who doggedly worked on this piece of legislation. So today's a good day. Because of the HEARTS Act, more lives will be saved, more families will be whole, more communities will be prepared. Let me say that again, without interruption from one of my anxious colleagues. So today is a good day. Because of the HEARTS Act, more lives will be saved, more families will be whole, and more communities will be prepared. And of course, go Bills. On to the second Super Bowl ring for Damar. And now, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Banking, Housing, and Urban Affairs be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 1097 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 1097, an act to award a Congressional Gold Medal to Everett Alvarez, Jr. in recognition of his service to the nation.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Finance be further discharged from consideration of H.R. 3797 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 3797, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 3801, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
H.R. 3801, an act to amend the Internal Revenue Code of 1986 and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions be discharged from further consideration of H.R. 6960, and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 6960, an act to amend the Public Health Service Act and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of H.R. 7872, which was received from the House and is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
H.R. 7872, an act to amend the Colorado River Basin Salinity Control Act and so forth, and for other purposes.
Proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Con Res 43.
The clerk will report.
S-Con Res 43, concurrent resolution expressing support for the designation of September 29, 2024 as Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States Day.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the current resolution be agreed to, the Carper amendment at the desk to the preamble be agreed to, the preamble as amended be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Judiciary be discharged from further consideration. The Senate now proceed to S-Res 836.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 836, recognizing Hispanic Restaurant Week and so forth.
Without objection, the committee is discharged, and the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to consideration of S-924, which is at the desk. S-Res 924, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 924, designating December 14, 2024 as National Wreaths Across America Day.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 925, which is at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Senate Resolution 925, relating to the death of the Honorable Fred R. Harris, former senator for the state of Oklahoma.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
I understand that there's a bill at the desk, and I ask for its first reading.
The clerk will read the title of the bill for the first time.
H.R. 82, an act to amend Title II of the Social Security Act to repeal the government pension offset and windfall elimination provisions.
I now ask for a second reading, and in order to place the bill on the calendar under the provisions of Rule 14, I object to my own request.
Objection is heard. The bill will be read for the second time on the next legislative day.
I ask unanimous consent that the notice of adoption of regulations from the Office of Congressional Workplace Rights be printed in the record.
Without objection.
I have two requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
This is just one page. And finally, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it stand adjourned under the provisions of S. Res. 925 until 11 a.m. Wednesday, December 11th. That following the prayer and pledge, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the morning hour be deemed expired, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Following the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the McFerrin nomination. Further, that if any nominations are confirmed during the Senate's session, the motions to reconsider be considered made laid upon the table, and the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action.
Without objection.
If there's no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
Under the previous order and pursuant to S. Res. 925, the Senate stands adjourned until 11 a.m. on Wednesday, December 11th, 2024, and does so as a further mark of respect to the late Fred R. Harris, former senator from Oklahoma.